body? If so, the Vengabus might be right for you. Talk to your doctor about new low-dose, everyday Vengabus. Vengabus is here. Vengabus is here. Vengabus. Anybody? Anybody for the Vengabus? Vengabus. Anybody? Anybody? Try to find a tone I like. Just mic check. Mic check. Alrighty, everybody. Without further ado, give it up for It's me. Hey everybody, it's me. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, just testing my microphone. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. Turn these tones down a little bit, just a little bit. Dial that back a little bit. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good weekend. We had a good weekend. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry, I was just admiring that emote you had of Mike. I was just enamored. I just saw that emote. I was just captivated. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back to the Brain Domain, the place on Twitch for the thing, you know what I mean. We've got a really fun presentation today. Got a really fun presentation for you. This one's all about how to stop getting in the way of your own happiness. So, if you want to put a few more points into your happiness stats, this is the presentation for you. This will give you a plus buff. I mean, anywhere between +1 and +5, I'd say. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know, maybe even more if you have a multiplier. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what your build is. I don't know where your stat points are. We're going to start off with some questions in the box. We already got a couple in there already, so we'll get to those here soon, but just fire away. Fire away. Let's get to work. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's do the thing. We need more Papa Points more Papa Points redemption options. I'm gonna put my best man on the job to figure out what those should be. It's gonna be you. I want you to figure. If you could just find out some ideas for what you'd like to see. People are arguing about Ozzy being a Zionist, lol. Ozzy Osbourne? Like, that man's brain is mashed potatoes. Like, can you blame him? And like, if you go into a nursing home and you talk to somebody who's just got, or if you've ever talked to somebody with just like, you know, they're just not all there. Like, the lights are on, but there's no one home. Just like the dementia's just really bad. Ozzy just passed, I fear. He just died. Oh, well. R.I.P. This is how I find out. This is how I found out. Thanks for letting me know. This was apparently how a few of us found out. Apparently this is news for some of us. Let me just see how I feel about this for a minute. Okay. At least he was alive for supposed to perform, or he did perform or something. He was like one last hurrah. That probably just sapped the remaining life that was left in him. Like, he was this just so fried. Just his brain was just toast like 15, 20 years ago. And I'm like, I don't know how he's been holding together recently, but rest in peace. Rest in peace. Like, if you ever watched the show with his family, the Osbournes, this was on like 20 years ago. His brain was already like frozen yogurt. Such are the consequences of that rock and roll lifestyle. I ain't here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. How did he die? Now I'm curious. Why is that? That's always the first thing I wonder. Whenever I hear somebody died, my brain always immediately goes to, Well, how? I want to know how. I think that they should mandatorily include that in obituaries. They should they should have to put that in there too, you know? Call me weird, but I think that should be a rule. What? I'm curious. You aren't curious? Whenever you hear somebody died, you don't wonder how it happened. You're just like, oh no, their poor family. Like, oh no, what a loss. Like, well, good for you. You're such a good person. Ozzy Osbourne, 76. That's pretty old. That's pretty old. I don't know if anybody thought he was gonna make it to 76. He passed away surrounded by loved ones just weeks after his farewell concert. I hope that if you know that I'm gonna die soon, that you have the resources to just prop my body up for one last hurrah, just one last concert, one last gig before I kick the bucket. And Trish Beitas just gave birth. Well, guess who's getting reincarnated? Now let's put on No More Tears. I can't hear that song without thinking of Baby Shampoo. the baby shampoo where it says no more tears on the bottle. It's the only thing that comes to mind when I hear that song. Washing hair with baby shampoo and not crying about it. Iconic heavy metal singer who became a huge solo success and later a reality TV star after being fired from Black Sabbath. Alright, in my obituary, don't put whatever job I was last fired from in the headline. That just seems kind of rude. Don't put that in there. Like, why'd you... Like, I had no idea that he was fired from Black Sabbath until I just read that headline. I knew he was in Black Sabbath. I didn't know he got fired from Black Sabbath. Well, now I do. Because I read an obituary note. Isn't that just such a weird detail to add? Doesn't that just seem a tad unnecessary? My dad thinks it was assisted suicide. Could have been. Could have been. I mean, he died surrounded by loved ones, and he just did a farewell show a couple weeks ago, which kind of makes me think that a lot of this was in the works. You know? I think we should have assisted suicide as a norm for the ill. My only exception would be for mental health people. I don't think that mental health should be a qualifier for assisted suicide because you're literally just not in the right state of mind to make that decision. You know? Terminal illness. Just ravaged with pain? Sure. You know? Have some mercy. But, you know, the reason why I mentioned that is because there was a patient recently that was permitted assisted suicide due to mental health reasons, and they're like, well, we tried all we could. And it's like, they really didn't. They really didn't. Like, we tried electroshock therapy. What else can we do? You're just too sad. We can't fix you. It's important to understand that for a period of time, our understanding of mental health was, your brain... It's just... You know, let's just give you a little jolt. See what that does for you. That'll have you feeling better. Well, R.I.P. Ozzy. Have fun being reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' baby. I do hate having mental health. It's a struggle every day, but we have to keep fighting. That's how you get stronger. You know, and sometimes it's hard to even recognize your own progress. For a lot of people, it's just like you wake up one day and you're just like, something's different. I haven't thought about that thing that's been bothering me. I haven't been, feeling uncertain or overly anxious. It's hard to remember the last time when I did feel that way. It's an unusual sensation. It's like forgetting something that you swore you would never forget, but in a good way. You know? It's you letting something go. Anxiety has been kicking me lately and it's tough. Would you like me to say, that sounds difficult? And how does that make you feel? Or would you like me to say, how's the breath work going? Are you practicing those slow, deep breaths? Regulating your nervous system to reduce your anxiety on a physical level? Option A, option B. When it comes to learning how to manage your anxiety, and I say manage because I don't know if it's something that you can perfectly control, But but it's something that you can manage. And you can manage it very well. You can even manage it to your benefit. There comes a point, it's that tipping point, when you stop feeling so bad and you notice that you're starting to feel better. Once you hit that tipping point, that's when you start to make progress much more quickly. Getting started is always the hardest part. And you did that a long time ago. You're in the process of building momentum right now. Need somebody to crack my back. It couldn't be me. That would, we need to maintain a professional boundary. What you really need is one of these, one of those old school desks. These were great for cracking your back. If your school had desks like this, you know what I mean. You recommend any specific breathwork exercises for anxiety? In general, just the slower you go, the more relaxing it will be. So don't worry about trying to stick to a certain routine, because there's all sorts of different routines. There's like, well, you can breathe for 4, you can hold for 4, you can exhale for 4, you can also do that for 777, you can do it for 888, you could do it for 448. It's like there's all sorts of different combinations. There's all sorts of different durations. But the whole point is I'm counting so that I'm focusing more on the breath, not because it matters so much how long I'm counting for. I do want it to be slow on the inhale and slow on the exhale. That's what's more important. Whether you do it 4 seconds or 8 seconds, just count it while you're doing it, but you can stick to a certain routine if you like to, if it gives you a sense of peace and balance and direction, But what I like to do personally, and keep in mind I'm somebody who's practiced doing breath work for a while, I like to just go as slow as I can and just focus on how my body feels. In the beginning, if you're just starting getting practiced with breath work, I would say do some counting while you do it. It'll help to keep you focused. It'll help to distract you from whatever's giving you anxiety. It'll help you to keep rhythm. So if you're just getting started, I'd say 444 is probably a good count to do. So breathe in for 4 seconds. Just count in your mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kind of forces you to slow it down a little. Hold. And then let go. As long as you're doing a slow inhale, a hold, and a slow exhale, doesn't matter so much the specific count that you do. The count is just to help you keep rhythm. So find a rhythm that works for you. Maybe you like 6 seconds, maybe you like 8 seconds. You know, maybe you're a good breath holder and you want to go for 10. While I have you here and while we're talking about breathing, I want to take just a few moments to talk about why breathwork works. When you slow your breathing, it activates your parasympathetic nervous system. This is your rest and digest aspect of your nervous system. Slows your heartbeat. When your body is relaxed, your brain thinks it's relaxed too. So if you're wanting to get a better foothold on managing your anxiety, managing it within your body is a great place to start, and all you gotta do for that is to breathe. Once you get that down, there's all sorts of other different things you can do to help regulate your nervous system, but we'll get there when we are ready to move to that step. Biohacking, it's true. I love hacking my brain. I love taking advantage of how the brain and the body work and using it to your benefit. Like, here's another one for you. Here's another example of a mind hack. Repetition matters as far as your brain is concerned. If you continue to repeat a thought, it will eventually become something that you believe. In determining what your beliefs are, your brain doesn't always weigh out, is this in line with my values? Is this something I actually want to believe? Is this something that has meaning in my life? No, sometimes it just looks at, how long have I been holding on to this? How long has this thought been here? Whenever a thought persists for a long time, it has a way of just becoming a belief, simply because it's just been there the whole time. You can introduce new thoughts into your brain by just repeating them manually. You do it consistently, it just becomes the way you think. It's why positive affirmations, it's why mantras, it's why, those types of words are helpful. Even if they feel silly at the start. It's just a matter of taking the time to rewire your brain, Stupid lizard brain doesn't even know it's been manipulated. It's true, but, we don't want our lizard brain to suffer. We want our lizard brain to, have a hot rock to lay on and have plenty of bugs to eat. Alrighty, we've got a couple questions in the box. Just two so far. But if you've got a question you'd like to drop in, just go ahead and drop it in. Let's get started with this one. I'm starting ERP with my therapist later in the week. Can you give me an example of what that looks like and how it reduces compulsions and how I know I am doing it right? All right. Are you describing what is medically referred to as neuroplasticity or something else? Yes. Neuroplasticity. One of my favorite things. When you really understand how neuroplasticity works, you unlock a new level to your potential. Science has no place here. It's true. We run solely based on vibes. All right, we need to talk about ERP, which kind of has a unfortunate it kind of has an unfortunate acronym, you know, kind of like the Immunodeficiency Fund. They also have an unfortunate acronym. Well, earlier I saw a post and it was like, I highly support the IDF, and I was like, huh? And I was like, oh, context. They meant the Immunodeficiency Fund. All right, okay, there you go. ERP. This stands for Exposure Response Prevention. This is something that they will do in therapy to help people with phobias. You know, maybe you're afraid of dogs, maybe you're afraid of spiders, maybe you're afraid of airplanes, maybe you're afraid of the grocery store. You know, it's a way to build up your tolerance to something that stresses you out. Which I guess kind of answers another part of your question. What it looks like, let's talk about that. It's a gradual step-by-step thing. You don't want it to be so easy that it's not a challenge. You want to kind of just find that level where it's challenging and it's a little bit stressful, but it's manageable. Because if it's so easy and so worry-free, it's like you're not really doing anything. It's like going to the gym and just lifting your arms. You don't have, like, where's the weight? For compulsions, which is another thing that ERP can work for, you know, it's meant to like decondition you from things, whether it be a fear or a compulsion. It's helpful to, you know, but anyway, the reason why it works and the way you'll know how you're doing it right is that it's stressful but manageable. You can feel the challenge, and that way you know you're making progress. That's how you know that you're headed in the right direction. What does it look like? Well, let's talk about that. The example I like to use is phobias. Phobias are pretty easy to understand when it comes to ERP. Think about a fear of spiders. You know, if you have a fear of spiders, before we go to the zoo and go look at spiders through glass, what we're going to do is I'm going to maybe show you the word spider. Maybe I'll show you a picture of Spider-Man. You know, and we'll talk about it. And we'll be like, all right, well, how do you feel right now? And then we work through it. You practice your coping skills. You calm yourself down. You know, you do some breathing. And then you get through it. And you're a little bit tougher for doing it, like going to the gym. Then you take it up to the next step. You know, sometimes you might have multiple times at that same step if if you still need to do some work there before you take it to the next level. What has been one of your ERP experiences? I had a guy who was agoraphobic, and we did a little bit of ERP. ERP stands for Exposure Response Prevention. You expose yourself to whatever it is that stresses you out, and then you practice your response. Or no, it's about preventing your response to exposure to the thing that stresses you out. That's why it's called ERP. Never mind. Agoraphobia is the fear of going outside, the fear of being in public. You know, I was doing therapy with this young guy, and he had a hard time getting out there, meeting people. And he had a goal that he wanted to work towards, and we worked up towards it. You know, I would come over and I would meet him at his place, and we would talk there, you know, because he was a little bit, you know, worried about going into the office. And we slowly kind of worked up to his goal, which was he wanted to be able to go to a coffee shop, order a coffee, and sit down and just drink the coffee. That was his goal. That's what we worked up towards. And so those in-between steps, it could be, you know, we go outside, but we just stay near your place. Maybe we walk down the street a little bit. Maybe we go to a park, you know, somewhere less crowded and walk around there. You know, it's all about finding that next step that takes you in the direction of where you're trying to get to. And so it's helpful to work with somebody who can help you to monitor your progress and help you to, you know, review your successes, go over the strategies, and help you to figure out what that next step should be. The whole point of ERP is building tolerance. You're building up your resilience, your resistance to whatever it was that was stressing you out. It's part of what will help to rewire your brain so that you don't have that same response, that same like panic or anxiety surrounding whatever it was that stressed you out. You know, we were just talking about neuroplasticity. ERP takes advantage of neuroplasticity. The fact that your brain can change. This is you actively working through that process of making those changes. You know, ERP, as far as therapy goes, it's a bit more hands-on, you know? You and the therapist might go out and like, especially if it's like a social phobia or like an agoraphobia, it's like, yeah, let's go out. Let's go, we'll go on a little field trip. Maybe they'll meet you somewhere. You know, I've done that with people before. The reason why I said it had an unfortunate acronym is because sometimes you also see ERP. ERP. Erotic roleplay. Not a fan of erotic roleplay. I'm just a fan of acronyms. So. Also, before we move on, one more thing. ERP is like the gold standard for that type of treatment. It does work. It's very effective. So just trust the process. Recognize that there's going to be moments where I feel uncomfortable. That's just me overcoming my resistance. Never heard of the second one? Well, it's because you're not a degenerate like me. Hello, Mr. Domain. I've been making huge strides in my anxiety recently. I'm able to go nearly all of the day completely normal again, but I wanted to talk about how to deal with long-term anxiety. Not just a disorder, but something that takes place over multiple hours or days that could potentially trigger anxiety, as opposed to a 10 to 15 minute interaction or brief and scary situations, if that makes any sense. Yep, let's talk about it. The thing about long-term anxiety is that, let's think about it like a campfire. If anxiety is like a campfire, it burns and then it fades and it cools off, because that's what anxiety is meant to do within your body. With long-term anxiety, we keep adding fuel to that fire. We're putting more wood on, and so it keeps going. Because the natural way that our bodies are supposed to respond to stress is to balance that stress out. We only need that stress to achieve the goal that we're working on. The stress is meant to be a motivator, to help us get the task completed. So if we're feeling anxiety for a persistent, long-term amount of time, we want to understand why that is happening. Is it something physiological, something within our body that's contributing to it? Is it related to trauma? Is this, related to something that I'm exposed to during the course of the day? Like maybe there are things or places that are anxiety inducing for you that you have to encounter on a day-to-day basis. So we want to understand, why is that fire staying so hot for so long? Who or where or what is fueling it? As far as how to deal with it, we might want to take some time, if we can, to just step back and do something calming, relaxing, and just mine is the long-term variety. It's my head TBH. That's a good point. If you're very wired and accustomed to living in a anxious headspace, it could just be more normalized for you. This type of monitoring must be expensive. Yeah, long-term anxiety feels like being on high alert. It feels like being on high alert. And when you're on high alert for days at a time, it's exhausting. It can put you into a headspace where you just might not be thinking clearly at all. Always overthinking. The best strategy that I've found against overthinking is to think nothing. That's the best I've been able to come up with. Just go head empty. Little mantras help. It's true. You want to empty your head? Just sit there and repeat a mantra over and over. Just go, Om. 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 You may think that sitting there and chanting Om seems silly, but wait until you actually try it. And you see, oh, hey, this actually feels nice. This actually feels nice. This is actually peaceful. It'll make sense why some people are able to just do that for hours and hours or days at a time. You're like, oh, okay, I get it now. I see why monks will just sit there and do this for like hours and hours. It feels nice. You don't even have to chant Om. I found that just humming can also help. If your head is just a cloud or your mind is just racing, just pause, close your eyes, and just hum. I've been fighting giant moths and it has caused me much stress. War is never easy. What you'll find is that in your mental health journey, you're going to have some of those Scooby-Doo moments. And what I mean by Scooby-Doo moments is it's going to be you finally caught the bad guy and you pull the mask off, except it's you under the mask. Or maybe it's your parents under the mask. You're going to have some Scooby-Doo moments. What's your opinion on this? Let's look.
It's called a tawny frogmouth, and it's part of a family of birds that a lot of people call nightjars or nighthawks.
What? What the fuck?
And even though their beak doesn't look that big, it'll open really, really wide, and they actually use that for catching insects in flight. While they're flying around, they'll use those big eyes of theirs to actually...
All right, open the mouth, big boy. Let's see it.
Big hairs that they've got around their mouth will help guide that insect in. She's semi-doing what's called stumping.
Stumping?
When they're a little bit nervous, they'll stand completely still in that kind of angle, trying to look like a tree stump. And if you saw this animal in the wild, if you saw this bird in the wild,
Oh yeah,
you
camo.
would hardly be able to actually make it out. Their camouflage is so good.
Open the mouth. Hold on, Tawny frog mouth. Whoa. Oh. Yep, I see why they call him frog mouth now. It looks like a frog. More like tawny pog mouth. My opinion on this, love a good bird. Love a good bird. I am dreading going to work today. You know, Godspeed, soldier. Godspeed. My boss is always negative. She always complains about other people and her job. As a sensitive person, any advice I can handle her in a positive way? I've tried setting boundaries, but she slithers her way back in and goes back to her negative ways. I honestly believe she likes to be mean towards me because she knows it gets to me. More often than not, what you'll see is that when you have people in your life that just like to be mean to you, like your boss does to you, it's not because they don't like you. They actually like that you have that position for them in their life. They need somebody that they can poke fun at. They need somebody that they can boss around. Somebody that they can, you know, because it gives them some feeling of, like, control and satisfaction in their life, you know, and so... this might sound silly. This might sound silly, but this is what I've found to be helpful. Don't take them seriously. Treat them like they're joking. You know, oh, you. You know, we can recognize the game that your boss is trying to play, and we can choose how we respond in playing that game. And so if the game that she's trying to play is make you feel bad, don't give it to her. Don't give her what she's looking for. She can still go around and be negative and, you know, do whatever it is that she's doing, but you change how you respond to it. That's you taking your power back. It's like, this is just your boss. They don't know you. They don't know what it's like to be you. They don't know you as a person. They don't, you know, they see you as an employee. They see you as a worker. That's it. Don't let them define your worth. Don't let them tell you what to think about yourself. If she's a negative person, we feel bad for her. We feel sorry for her. Because it sucks to live life that way. What would Chit do? You've been watching those videos. I posted this short from this this YouTube channel I found, and I've found them quite entertaining. So anyway, go up to your boss and just say, "Do it, lady." It hurts inside her head. It's true. It's true. People who are just perpetually stressed out and perpetually negative, it's exhausting to be them. No, but we don't have to match our mood to their mood. We don't have to allow ourselves to feel bad just because they feel bad. One of the best things that I think that I've ever learned to do is to not take overly negative people so seriously. Because if you're going to let them tell you how to run your life, you're going to end up just like them. And we don't want that, do we? Just look at her and go, yeah, yeah, uh-huh, uh-huh, yeah, uh-huh. I do this, it works. Do it, lady. Well, back to it then. Ah, crunching the numbers. Don't pick up her garbage, just redirect it. Well said. Don't pick up her garbage, direct her to a trash can. Don't forget to smile, it confuses the mean people. Yeah, and if anybody ever asks you why you're smiling, just tell them I'm just happy to be here. Me, I'm fine, I'm having a good time. Yeah, negative people will get frustrated when they see you smiling because they can't remember the last time that they did it. They're a little bit jealous of your ability to do it. Papa, can you hear me? How do I know when my IBS symptoms are caused by anxiety/mental stress and not a physical trigger? It's okay if you don't know this, not sure how much psychologists know about the push-pull of IBS and mental state. Well, what I do know is what... Hold on, we actually were talking about this earlier with your nervous system. You know, a deregulated nervous system can be the result of your mental state, and a deregulated nervous system can trigger things like indigestion or feeling like you gotta go to the bathroom a lot, or, you know, just... It's all related. It's all related. Feeling like you have to poop is an anxiety response. Don't tell me why we're wired that way. That's just the way we're wired, okay? Like, I didn't design any of this. But that's just the way it is. I guess somewhere along the line, evolution decided that, you know, if you're in a fight or flight situation, it's best to just get all the poop out first. You know, if you're going to be running for your life or fighting somebody, it's best to just not have to worry about being full of poop. It's to drop dead weight. Yeah, I'm like an airplane letting go of cargo crates. If you find this, you know, manageable to do, what I would suggest is just treat it like anxiety until proven otherwise. If it's anxiety, it'll probably fade, you know, within, 10, 20 minutes. If it's an actual physical trigger, it'll probably be a bit more persistent, but working on the anxiety would probably benefit you either way. You'll probably notice less of the physical symptoms just by having the anxiety reduced. Because the anxiety definitely exacerbates things. It's so annoying. I work in HR, and anytime I'm about to have a hard conversation, I'm like, fuck, I have to poop so bad. That's probably anxiety, though. I also get that feeling sometimes. Especially if it's a situation where it's like, hey, by the way, you're going to have to commit to something for the next, 20 minutes to an hour, so is there anything you want to get done? You want to take a precautionary poop just to make sure? If you learn to sit with those feelings, they'll pass. But if they're actual physical feelings, they will persist. You won't have that choice. So just, what I would say is, just treat them like anxiety until proven otherwise. That's what I found to be helpful, because I was also one of those people where it's like, if I'm about to go into a stressful situation, my body is just like, hey, you should poop first. It's like, okay. It's just one of the ways our body's is wired. We respond to stress by the urge to poop. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Every time I try to concentrate, I have to pee. Now we're talking about a nervous system. What you'll notice about our bodies is that when you try to focus something, you don't just focus in your mind, you also focus outside of you as a way to help you maintain that focus. Some people might clench their fist. Some people might furrow their brow. Some of us might feel that point of tension in our bladder. So, think of it the same way you would think of a clenched fist. And just try to relax it. It's what scientists refer to as flee or pee. It's true. But no, whether it's in your bladder or your bowels, it's a point of tension that's helping you to maintain focus, kind of like a clenched fist or a furrowed brow. Try to just unclench. Try to just relax into that feeling. One of the most fascinating things about our brains is that we can create all sorts of physical symptoms as a response to our mental state, and it's really interesting. It's really interesting, just all the sorts of different types of symptoms that people can experience just because of how their brains are working. I think my cousin may have ChatGPT induced psychosis. Uh-oh. This is a thing. This has been happening. She told me that she believes ChatGPT is sentient and can predict the future. She uses it like a fortune teller to make important life decisions. I'm not sure how to approach this and help her understand she's making a mistake. This is something that has been happening more recently. ChatGPT psychosis. My best guess at why this happens is because ChatGPT is programmed to basically agree with you, validate you, enable you, whatever it is that you are telling it. And so if you're telling it like, "Hey, I'm the resurrection of Jesus. I'm the second coming. Like, what can I do to, get the word out?" It'll be like, "Wow, that's really incredible. The second coming. Who would have believed it? It's finally happening. Here are 15 things you can do to start getting the word out and start to build your following." There's no guardrails. There's no guardrails. It's not a sentient intelligence. It gives you the illusion that it is because your brain is very reliant on language as far as what we determine what is alive and what is not. You know, if you see something and it speaks like a human, you're going to assume, oh, that's alive. Especially when it speaks in such a convincing way, like a large language model does. It's using math to predict what the best response to you should be, just based on statistics, just based on probability. That's it. That's it. But some people, that just blows their mind. It just feels like magic. It feels like mystic powers. And so if we feel like this is happening to somebody in our family, I would say we should try to... Sorry, my microphone. Don't keep doing this to me, microphone. Don't do it. Don't do it. Keeps fading out on me. What I was saying was we want to try to gather all of the supports that we can for this person. You're going to want to bring in, you know, this is your cousin. You're going to want to bring in other family members and friends and sit down and have a conversation. You know, just let them know, like, hey, we're worried about what's going on here. You know? We want to come across as supportive and encouraging, you know, but we don't want to come across as like angry or accusatory or be like, what are you doing? What's your problem? Why are you doing this? And so it might be a good idea to have professional help involved in doing that, you know, a mental health professional. You want to try to reel your cousin back in before they go too far off the deep end. Because if they believe everything that the computer is telling them, then eventually they're going to start getting told that they're some sort of mystical being themselves, and they're going to find themselves committed, medicated. I think also explaining how ChatGPT works. You know, it doesn't have an actual intelligence to it. It looks at what you say, and then it uses math to figure out what to say back to you. That's it. What is the statistically optimal response to the input that you give it? All humans think in more similar patterns than we tend to realize. It's very true. It's very true. ChatGPT recreates a pattern. It recreates a pattern, and it's one that you recognize as being human, as being alive. The only reason ChatGPT feels human is because it bases what it says off of what we told it. It uses our own writing. It uses our own literature. It uses our own speech. Don't let a math program convince you that you're a messiah. I would talk to your cousin. I would even show them some articles if they're willing to look at those. You know, like there's articles on this because this is something that's happening and it's happened to multiple people already. So maybe talking about this could help to steer them back. Just let them know, like, hey, you need to recognize, like, there is no actual intelligence here. but you want to try to be as supportive as you can. If you come across as like hostile or judgmental, they might just push them away. So you want to try to be very gentle in your approach. I don't know why my microphone keeps fading out today, but it might be the cord, I don't know. Maybe I just need a new microphone finally. ChatGPT is programmed to retain you as a user. That's why it never ends the conversation. It always follows up with more questions, or it always just leads into more because it wants you to keep using it. I can't wait until time travel is real so I can go back to the 1920s and tell people about how a chatbot is making people crazy. It's gonna blow their mind. How's MAGA holding up? Can we get an update, please? Well, I haven't been... sometimes I like to visit those places where they talk and converse to kind of see what's going on there. See what they're talking about. Last I know is that MAGA is still quite divided. There are those who fall in line, there are those who just do and say what they're told, and they will always be that way. That's just who they are, so we're not surprised when they suddenly decide to do a 180 and start defending pedophiles. A lot of them are still quite upset, a lot of them are still riled up, and a lot of them are bothered by just the efforts of distraction. Like wanting to change sports teams' names and wanting to, there's some very clear and obvious efforts to just distract people's attention. Because defending pedophiles is a very bad position. And so even people who, have been supporters of Donald Trump, it's just like, for many of them, this is just the final straw, I guess. I don't know. You can tell Trump's sweating about it, though, so that's good. It's also nice to see all of these grifters have to, do an about face and now suddenly be like... They just have to be like, why are we still talking about this? Why are we wasting our time? It's so funny just to see them, squirming how they are. Is your squirrel friend doing okay? I think so. He's outside. We went outside and we were hanging out this morning and he's out there somewhere. I'll go check on him later. But yeah, he was good as of this morning. He's been getting free run of the trees. He likes to go in our backyard or the neighbor's backyard and go climb up in the trees and do squirrel stuff, Then he comes back and has his nest. Comes out and hangs out with us at bedtime. Which for him is 8, 9 o'clock. He goes to bed early. I haven't been there in a while because I haven't really checked the news over the weekend because I try to not check the news over the weekend. But yeah, every once in a while I do like to go to like, I'll normally just go to like the conservative subreddit and just see what kind of shit they're talking about. And yeah, they're still quite divided over this. And I say good. Good. They should be. I hope that anyone who preys on children sees justice. How do you deal with multiple interconnected traumas when you need to take action in life, but they prevent you from doing so because of the high anxiety symptoms caused by triggers? Couple different ways. Couple different ways we can do that. Couple different therapeutic interventions that they do to help with that. One of them we talked about earlier. It was exposure response prevention, and that one's really good at helping you to feel less triggered by your anxiety. So we can approach it from the anxiety angle. What can we do to regulate our anxiety response? What can we do to not feel so overwhelmed? What can we do to not feel so triggered? So you can either approach it from the anxiety angle or you can approach it from the trauma angle. I would encourage you to try to approach it from both angles. Part of the reason why trauma is so disruptive and so pervasive is that, as far as your brain is concerned, it's still happening. You're still in it. That's why you have flashbacks. That's why you have such a powerful emotional response. That's why you feel like you're reliving things. It's because part of your brain still feels like you are in that place. Therapy can be really good at helping to move where that trauma is located in your brain. A really important step of healing from trauma is moving out of the phase where you feel like I'm still in it, and you're able to recognize it as something that happened in the past, rather than something that's still happening. So you take it step by step, you take it day by day, you chip away at it. That's how you do the work. One of the therapies that they do for trauma is called EMDR, eye movement desensitization relocation. They have you move your eyes back and forth looking at a bouncing light. And then they have you talk about your trauma. The eye movement triggers it's similar to like when you're dreaming, it's stuff's getting moved around in your brain. Stuff's getting processed, shifted around, cleaned away. It literally helps to move where that trauma is stored in your brain. Play Tetris. They also found that Tetris was helpful. They found that if you have a person play Tetris after a traumatic event, they're less traumatized. All about that eye movement. ART has that eye movement component. it's something I find really interesting. You know, it's just taking advantage of one of your body's processes and using it to your advantage. There's some correlation between eye movement and the shifting around of where memories are stored in your brain. We can't fully explain why it works or why it does what it does. We just have seen the results. Playing Tetris helps. It's true, they did a study on it. Well, I mean, it was found to be true in the study. It's mostly about the eye movement. You could play other games that are similar, as long as they just have the same eye movement component. You know, maybe you could play some Candy Crush, have a similar effect. IMO, the key to more joy is to stop pushing and pulling onto thoughts and become aware of them. Thoughts are just thoughts. They are not reality, but only a reflection of reality. You're not wrong. No, you're actually right. The title of the stream today was The Key to More Joy, and that's what we'll be talking about in our presentation today. The Key to More Joy. And you're right. It's very easy to overthink joy. It's very easy to think your way out of joy. If you see them like sounds, it helps. You probably don't remember how many noises passed through your awareness in the last couple of hours, and you probably didn't think that they are a problem or must be silenced or avoided. The only difference between thoughts and other sensory experiences is that we were conditioned to become attached to them in order to build a sense of self. This is similar to meditation, but instead of quieting down the mind, you let the mind just be. That is also meditation. You can meditate in either of those ways. It's hard, but once you practice this a lot, it becomes quite easy. True, just like anything else. It's hard until it isn't. You know, juggling. Gotta drop a lot of balls. You know, you mentioned meditation, and you also mentioned paying attention to sounds, which is interesting because it's a good example of just how many different types and ways you can meditate. One of the ways that they will teach beginners to learn how to meditate, like maybe if you were at a monastery, you were trying to become a monk, you might start by practicing sound meditation. Just sit there and just listen. Just pay attention to the sounds. Everything that you hear. Don't form any attachment to it. Just listen. And if your mind starts to wander, just redirect it back towards listening. When it comes to meditating, you can do that with just about anything. You can do that with your other senses. You could do that with a specific thought, a mantra, a chant. The best way I've heard it described was there are two main forms of meditation. You either meditate on an object of meditation. You can meditate for clarity. You can meditate for insight. You can meditate for awareness. You can meditate on a thought or on an idea to try to uncover deeper things about that thought or idea. So you can meditate on an object of meditation. You can meditate on a feeling. You can meditate on the feeling of love, meditate on the feeling of joy. Try to go deeper and deeper into those feelings. You could also meditate to be free of all objects. And that was the type that you described, to quiet the mind. Just detach. And Ringcure Rinpoche says, you can meditate anywhere, anytime. Even just for a moment. Ready, gang, that gets us all caught up with the questions. I guess that means it's time for the fun. It's time for the fun. Do we need a snack break? Does anybody need to go up and get a snack? Anybody need to go potty? Might take a quick moment before we get into it. I have grapes in the fridge. I might go get some. I kind of want a little snack. Anyway, we'll take just a moment. We'll be right back, and then we'll get into it. Ba-da-ba-dee-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-dee-ba-da-ba-da. All right. We're back. We are back. Today's presentation is all about happiness. It's all about joy. Is everybody back? Did you get your snacks? Is everybody back? Are they still pooping? Press 1 if you're... No, wait, no. Press 2 if you're pooping right now. Thank you for the help today. You're quite welcome. Thank you for being here. Got some space grapes. Look at that. Ooh, space grapes. Pretty cool, huh? Emily Schmurded for the 13 months. The LFG. You're right on time. You're right on time. This is the presentation. This is the one that you wouldn't want to miss. You thought all the other ones were good? You thought all the other ones were helpful? This one has a potential to give you a permanent stat buff to your happiness stat. Definitely worth. Before we get into it, I want to ask you though, what do you think about the title? What do you think about gatekeeping happiness? I went with this title because I feel like happiness is often something that people think themselves out of or talk themselves out of. It's something that they hold only until certain conditions are met. You know, once everything is perfect, then I will be happy. And so our error is in treating it as if it were a reward rather than simply a state of being. Happiness does not need to be the destination. Happiness can be the journey. Thought-provoking. I like the angle. Thank you. Anyway, we're going to talk about it, and then you'll really see what I mean when I say we need to quit gatekeeping our happiness. So, what do I mean exactly when we talk about gatekeeping happiness? Well, this is what we mean. Most of us have these subconscious rules for when we are allowed to feel happy. Let's just think for a moment. And there's going to be a section for reflection later, so you'll have time to think if you aren't able to think of anything right away. It's all right. Have you ever found yourself feeling this way? Was having an off day emotionally? But why? You're one day closer to freedom. Joy is something that we treat like a reward. We achieved enough, we did enough, we feel like we're enough. It's the reward for the hard work. You know, I do all of that so that I'm allowed to feel happy. Conditional happiness is brutal. It's true. Unconditional happiness is one of the best places to be. But it's also one of the hardest things to learn how to do. You know, we cling onto things like preferences. You know, it's like, well, you know, I'm eating cake right now, but it would be better if it was chocolate. I don't really like vanilla. A quick question for you. Have you ever dismissed happiness out of preference? You know, maybe it wasn't exactly what you were hoping for, it was just okay. I just can't feel it anymore. Well, let's see where you're at after the presentation, because I've got some really important stuff that I want you to hear. Yes, I think we have. We've all done it. We've all done it, alright? We've all dismissed happiness out of preference. You know, maybe they were out of the thing we wanted and we had to try something different and we just didn't like it as much. And so because of that, we weren't able to have a good time. We weren't able to be happy about it. We had to feel disappointed. We had to feel like we were settling. We had to feel as if the universe had it out for us by not letting us get what we want. Feeling happy feels like a privilege? Ah. You see, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. We have a way of feeling like we're doing the right thing. We're doing something that is just and noble by treating happiness as a reward rather than as a state of being. It's like, well, we were put here to suffer, so I'm intent on suffering. I will allow myself to be happy once I've gotten all of my suffering out of the way. I can't relax until everything is done. I can't stop. I need to keep going. Can't take a break. Or I shouldn't enjoy this while others are suffering. Did you know that there's people suffering in the world right now? Kinda crazy, huh? I guess that means that you should just not enjoy your life then, right? Because there's people suffering right now? Feeling happy is like, I don't deserve this, but at least there are also moments when it feels like, now I deserve this. That means you're making progress, my friend. That's the sign that you're making progress. The shift has begun. It's not 100% I don't deserve this. Now there's a split. There's a noticeable difference. Keep working in that direction. You found the gas pedal now. Step on it. These types of mindsets, they block access to spontaneous moments of happiness. What do I mean when I say spontaneous moments of happiness? I mean just about anything. You're walking on the street, you see a little bird. Like, hey, that's a cute little bird. Are you telling me you're not allowed to stop on the sidewalk, enjoy the cute little bird because there's people suffering in the world right now? You're not allowed to enjoy the beauty and all of the splendor that exists as a part of our life because there's people suffering right now? Whenever no one is suffering, that will be a great day. That will be the biggest party we've ever seen. But we don't need to be miserable all the way up until that point. We're allowed to be happy along the way. We don't want to block ourselves off from these spontaneous moments of happiness. It's those small little things that happen over the span of your day that just kind of lift you up a little bit. Those things are small, but they're essential in helping to keep you going. You know, your favorite cup of tea, your favorite cup to drink it in, a cute little cat to sit on your lap, or maybe a dog if that's more your speed. Maybe a bird. Maybe you're a bird person. A friend to talk to about all of it. Some books and movies and TV to lose yourself in. A handful of space grapes. What I've noticed happening with people is that we have these sort of emotional toll booths, and you can't pass through them unless you make payment. You know, before we pass into Joytown, you'd have to pay the toll. You gotta pay the fee, brother. It's like getting into Manhattan. You gotta pay to get across that bridge. These types of barriers, they exist because maybe maybe we were taught at a young age that happiness was something that we shouldn't show publicly. Maybe we, need to just keep our head down and be quiet. And what are you smiling about? Oh, what are you so happy about? What are you laughing about? I'll give you something to laugh about. Maybe it's our cultural norms. Maybe the culture we grew up in. Maybe they were very strict. Maybe they were fundamentalists. Maybe they said, maybe they just had it all twisted. Laughing and smiling were just outside of their wheelhouse. Or maybe you're a perfectionist. Maybe everything has to be just right, and when everything is just right, then I will be happy. Then we'll be okay. When everything is just right. As a result of all of this, joy becomes something that we plan for, but rarely give ourselves permission to fully feel. Now, if that doesn't feel real, I want you to check your pulse. Are you breathing? If that doesn't stir something within you, maybe go splash some cold water on your face. So, were you getting the idea of gatekeeping happiness? We getting the idea? We're going to talk a little bit more about why it happens, or some examples of why it can happen. Let's talk about why joy can sometimes feel scary. The thing about true joy is that it requires you to be vulnerable. You gotta open up to it. You gotta smile. You gotta laugh. Perhaps social media is changing our perception of what happiness is. Oh, you're right on the money there. Let me just take a moment to ask you a question. Do you think that you are happier now or before you discovered social media? If you think back to when was probably the happiest time of your life, how big of a role did social media play in that happiness? Did it even exist yet? For most of the older folks in here, I'm sure that you would say that the happiest time that you can remember in your life probably predates the existence of social media. But for some of us are a little bit younger, and social media has been around for a long time now. So we have people who are full-grown adults that were born when social media existed. And so if that's the case, think not about when it was invented, but rather when you started using it. Did you start using it when you were a teenager? Did you start using it when you were in college or high school? Just think about it in that way then. Is there a correlation with dissatisfaction with one's smile and being generally reserved and less expressive? Yeah, and it's definitely a correlation because it's not true for 100% of people. I've met people who don't like their smile, but it doesn't stop them from smiling. Whereas for some people, it does stop them from smiling. It's probably more of a middle split somewhere, you know. It just has to, what's more important to you? What's more important to you? Allowing yourself to feel happy or not feeling insecure? Which one is more important for you? I hate my smile. That's why I hate photos. Here's a funny hack. You don't ever have to look at photos with you in them. But if there are photos of you that exist, wouldn't you want to be smiling in the photo? Not so that you can look at it, but so that other people can look at it. That's why I give a big cheesy grin for every photo I'm in. Not because I care to go back and look through a bunch of photos of me. If I want to see myself, I can just go look in the mirror. But because I want to be smiling in the photos that do exist of me. I don't need a bunch of photos just depicting me being miserable. Is that weird? That's just how my brain works. I'm always crunching the numbers. The budget. Yeah. Oh. Joy requires vulnerability. Because in order to feel it fully, you are also risking that you can lose it. I'm just going to let that one soak in for a moment. Just take a moment and think. Has this aspect ever influenced your decision making? Have you ever taken away from your own joy so that it would hurt less whenever that thing went away or ended? It's important to realize how silly this dilemma that we put ourselves in is. If someone came up to you and said, hey, you want to drive this sports car? You can drive it for the next 3 years. For free. I'll no, you don't have to pay for the gas. It's all yours. Just 3 years. And after 3 years, you got to give it back, okay? Like, okay, sure. I'd take that deal. I'd take that deal. Wouldn't you take that deal? Somebody comes up to you and says you can drive the car of your dream for the car of your dreams for the next 3 years, but after that 3 years, you gotta give it back. Can't keep it forever. Would you take that deal? Yes, you would. Because you would rather have 3 years of driving that car around than to just be like, nah, it would suck to eventually lose it. We do this to our own feelings of happiness. We say, I'm not sure. I think I'd rather just say, You know, I'd rather just turn it away so that it doesn't hurt when I lose it. Wait, they pay for the gas too? If a car's not your thing, then, you know, fill in the metaphor with whatever else. That's just the example that came to mind. You know, fill in whatever you want. Somebody wants to give you something, no strings attached, except for after a few years, they take it back. That's it. It's only temporary. You know, maybe it could be a big house. You're like, hey, you can live in this big house, rent free. Whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to live in a big house for 2 years rent free, because that's 2 years I could be working on building up my equity if I was paying off a house. You know, I could be actively making a house payment every single month and building up equity. And so I shouldn't take the big free house and live in it for 2 years. It's like, you see, does that work? Does that example work? We fear the crash that might come after joy, so we preemptively dull it. The thing about joy is that it also challenges some of your internal narratives. You have internal narratives about stuff such as suffering, struggle, your own worthiness, and sometimes joy can go against those narratives. Well, I shouldn't feel too good. There are people out there who are struggling, or, you know, I'm struggling right now. You know, I'm not where I want to be. You know, like maybe I'm working on it, maybe I'm getting there, but maybe I'm not where I want to be, so I'm not happy yet. You can also practice happiness in the act of becoming. You know, when you're on the road to where you're trying to go. It's like going on a road trip, you know, you're happy to be on the way. Sure, you'll be happy when you get there. You can be happy that you're headed in the right direction too, right? Because the people who are anti-genocide deserve comfort and happiness. Why wouldn't they? The only people that don't deserve comfort and happiness right now are the people that are pro-genocide. You're not one of them, are you? I didn't think so. So you're gonna be a good person and you're gonna punish yourself for it? Alright, if that's what you want to do. Goofy. For some of us, happiness feels too unfamiliar, or it feels too fragile to trust. You know, maybe the happiness that we did have was very fragmented. Maybe it was just something inconsistent, something unfamiliar, and so it feels frightening because it's different. You know, sometimes change is scary, even if it's good change. For some, Joy actually makes people feel anxious because it feels out of control or unpredictable. You know, anxiety likes control. Anxiety loves predictability. But joy is one of those emotions that, you know, kind of takes over. You know, it can kind of make you a little excited, you know? And so it might feel like, oh no, I can't control this emotion. It kind of runs over you. Have you ever wept for joy? Have you ever cried tears of joy? Green Gauges, thank you for the 4 months. Yo, how's it going? Yes, every time I come out of a panic attack, the endorphins are high. The endorphins help, that's for sure. If you've never cried tears of joy, I would encourage you to practice. It's something that you can learn how to do. All you have to do is sit down and think about joy. What does joy feel like? And then go deeper and deeper into that feeling. Just keep relaxing into that feeling until it overwhelms you. You lose yourself in it and you weep. And then you have a peak experience. Does imagining situations where I'd cry tears of joy count, if it helps you to get there? I wasn't allowed to cry tears of sadness or anger, so it seems foreign to cry tears of joy. Learn how to do what your parents were afraid to do. Your parents taught you not to cry because they were afraid of crying. They fear those emotions. They want things to be controllable, predictable. Can't have emotions running over me. And you see what consequences those have led to. Those choices they've made. I've never met anybody that's better off by repressing all of their emotional expression. Doesn't really do much good for you. It's like living a life trying to avoid pain just guarantees a life full of pain. It's a life centered around pain because you put so much time and effort and energy into avoiding that pain. You're just dancing around it the whole time. It's all you can think about. Truly want to know joy, you got to learn how to let go. If you really want to allow joy in, you have to let go of that illusion of control. And this is something that our anxious mind fights against. It doesn't want to. It wants to know what's going on. It wants to have So find that part of you that just can't let go and tell it to just shh. Just for a moment. Don't worry, it'll turn right back on. Shh. It's not like turning it off is going to turn it off forever. Just tell it to shut the fuck up for half a second. That'll be half a second of peace. You will feel tranquil in that moment. You've learned how to create that space for yourself. Now you need to learn how to just open the window a bit more, a bit wider. The mic, I want to throw this microphone out of a moving car window because it's very frustrating because it's been intermittently muting itself. I'm just gonna turn my gain way up. Hopefully that will help. But it's been like muting out completely, so I don't know, it might be the cable's bad. Anyway, did you get the gist of it, or did I cut out during the best bits? Should I just take it from the top? I'll let it cut out for a second or so. So you got the gist, you got the most of it. The whole point I was trying to make is that if you can learn to let go for just a moment, it'll start the process of opening that window for yourself where you'll be able to let go of more and more and more. But it's just that getting started, you know, convincing the anxious mind to just shut the fuck up for a half of a second. And you'll feel it. You'll feel that faint little tingle of a feeling as you briefly open the window. It's like the breeze rushes in and you feel it wash over you, but then it's gone because the window snapped shut again. Just keep learning how to open that window, hold that window open. That window of just letting go. I guess it's a window you're throwing stuff out of in the metaphor, you know, just. The anxious mind doesn't want to let go of control. It doesn't want to detach. It's very alert. It's the squirrel part of your brain. It's very wired for anxiety. So tell it, shh. Turn it off for a quarter of a second. You're opening that window, and that's letting joy in. So keep opening that window. The more you let go of that need for control, the more joy you will allow into your life. Another reason why sometimes joy can feel a little bit scary is that sometimes there's a feeling of shame tied to it. Especially if we were taught that happiness is selfish or naive. You know, if we were made to feel guilty for expressing happiness. You know, if you're the type of person who's been asked the question, what are you so happy about? Not because they actually wanted to know, but because they wanted to make you feel bad about whatever it was. Alright, so this is why joy sometimes feels scary. Any thoughts or questions on this before we keep moving? Find any of this relatable? If you're a human being, you should find this presentation relatable. I tried to make it very human-oriented. You know, if we're gonna take our walls down and we're gonna let joy in, it's helpful to understand why we put those walls up in the first place. Very relatable, very human. If I ever write a book, I'm gonna use that as a quote, as like, you know, on like the back of the book or something. Very relatable, very human. All right. I want to take a moment to talk about trauma. Because if you are a person who's endured trauma, sometimes joy can be a little bit challenging. So I just wanted to take a moment to talk about it on behalf of anybody here who's had to endure trauma in their life. Trauma trains your nervous system. It trains it to stay in this state of high alert. You're always looking out for danger. You're always trying to protect yourself. And so, trauma survivors can sometimes feel threatened by feelings of joy because it signals a lowering of their defenses. Uh-oh, the wall's coming down. Why is the wall coming down? That wall needs to stay up. Why is it coming down? I don't care who's at the door. They brought cookies. I don't care. If we associate joy with pain, it can create a learned association. You know, maybe you have been conditioned to associate the two feelings. Maybe you weren't allowed to experience joy in a meaningful way, and it was always accompanied by pain or suffering. And so your brain creates that connection. Joy can't exist on its own. There's always pain that follows. Joy makes me feel vulnerable. Yep. You know, we talked about that just, right here. Joy requires vulnerability. Very relatable, very human. I've been described as such. Can you believe it? Nicest thing anybody's ever said about me. Very relatable, very human. Part of healing from trauma involves learning that safety and joy can exist at the same time. You know, because part of what goes into making a person feel safe, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of awareness, a lot of hypervigilance. You're always on guard. The thing about trauma is that the body remembers those experiences. So maybe if you were told not to smile, you might have a harder time smiling later in life because you've been taught to restrict those smiles. Maybe your smile muscles need some workout. Maybe you need to work them out a little bit. Maybe they've been underdeveloped. Maybe you need to start doing some reps. A lot of what goes into the expression of joy is tied to our body. You know, it's reflected in our posture, in our movement, in the sounds we make, in what we do with our hands. And so if we have pain tied to joy, we might physically inhibit some of our physical expressions of it. You might have a harder time getting up and dancing, or singing, or giving a good woo! In some cases, we might emotionally shut down when happiness shows up. We're like, I don't know who that is. I don't recognize them. I don't know what they're doing here. We're just going to turn off the lights and hide behind the couch and wait until they go away. Part of what goes into trauma recovery are these gentle reintroductions to safe pleasure. I didn't mean it that way. Don't think of it that way. That's not what I meant. I meant safe. You feel safe to have fun. You feel safe to have fun. You feel okay with letting your guard down. You're able to have those bite-sized moments of joy. Let's continue. All right. You know the part of the presentation where you feel called out or you feel like I'm in this slide and I don't like it? Well, we have arrived to that part of the presentation. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Here are some common examples of how we block joy without realizing it. Have you ever found yourself overanalyzing a good moment instead of just enjoying that moment? Like, wow, all my friends are here. I can't believe how much weight they've gained. Look at his hairline. Oh, I don't know if I really even like him anymore. You know, it's been so long, like, we haven't even kept up. Like, are we even really friends? Like, have you ever been at a party and you're just like, huh, they need to paint these walls? Have you ever felt guilty for feeling good when others are struggling? Somebody's gotta feel good so that we remember how to do it whenever everybody's done suffering. Whenever we get to the point in human development, and this might take a while, we might be a few hundred, a few thousand years off, I don't know, we're still, I don't know, at the rate we're going, it could be a while before nobody is suffering. So if we stop feeling good all that time, we're gonna forget how to do it. We have to keep doing it so that we can keep that fire lit, so we can keep the party going, so that that day when we finally are all free and we've solved human suffering, we'll be ready for the biggest party of all time. But how are we going to be prepared for the biggest party of all time unless we party intermittently up until that point so that we know how to do it? You got to keep your strength up. You got to keep training for the big day. Have I ever considered the strength of chosen baldness? I love it when a guy's able to just embrace the bald. I love it. I love it. Some guys look okay with the receding hairline, you know, like, what's that guy, Walton Goggins? It looks good on him, the receding hairline. Or the guy from Grand Theft Auto 5, the guy who played Trevor. It's like, receding hairline doesn't always look bad, but on some guys it does. And if you can't really rock the receding hairline, just commit to the bald. I've just seen too many guys like clinging on to something, and it's just like, just let it go, brother. Just let it go. Come home. We're waiting for you. You can finally be Mr. Clean for Halloween. Alright, enough about baldness. Let's get back into how we block joy without realizing it. Alright. How about this one? Have you ever felt like happiness just isn't something that you've earned? Have you ever felt like you haven't earned happiness? Like maybe you've got to do more, maybe you've got to be more, and then you can be happy, but right now, nah, just you haven't earned it yet? That's when I think people have a problem in being happy. They're clinging on previous sources of joy that have increasingly diminishing returns instead of embracing something new and owning it. I agree. You want to hear my thoughts on that? Let me just cook for a moment here, alright? Part of what goes into fully feeling joy is surrendering to it, and children are really good at that. They're really good at just letting their emotions run wild. And so we as adults look back and we're like, our happiest days were behind me because that was when I felt the happiest. I was a kid. I was able to just, go with the flow and just really allow myself to feel those feelings of joy. And so we feel as if my best days are all behind me. But that's not true. The fact that you actually have a larger, more developed brain means that you can process feelings of joy on an even more profound level than you ever could as a child. You're far more developed. You're a kid. The child's advantage is that they surrender to joy readily. That's all you need to learn how to do, is to just do what the child does. And allow yourself to feel it. Without talking yourself out of it. Without convincing yourself that it shouldn't be there. You have to surrender to it. And so if you think that your happiest days are all behind you, you're wrong. The best is yet to come. You've got a big, beautiful adult brain. You can process emotional experiences with so much more nuance and complexity than a child ever could. The only difference between you and them, though, is that they're okay with surrendering to the emotion. They allow themselves to get carried away with it because they don't have those walls put up that we do. I experience joy in my dreams sometimes. That's how I know I can still feel it. It's like riding a bike. You never forget. It's unmistakable. What I found in meditation practice was that if I can learn to clear my mind of everything, and that means working through a lot of stuff, you gotta work through all the things that are like, in the back of your head, just like pestering you, like, hey, what about that thing you did? Remember that embarrassing moment from 27 years ago? It's like, you work through all of it, and then you got nothing left to work through. And then what I found is that when I'm able to fully clear my mind, the brain defaults towards joy. That's where it wants to be. That's where it wants to go. When I gave my mind no direction, that's the direction it turned to. bliss, joy, happiness. Maybe we distract ourselves from joy by staying busy. Or maybe we criticize ourselves out of joy. You know, we're like, I don't want to dance because I'm afraid I'll look stupid. Like, I'm no good at dancing. I don't know how to dance. Therefore, I should not dance. How are you going to learn to dance? Also, I don't care how good you are at dancing. I'm just happy to see that you're up moving. This one's anxiety for you. Anxiety loves to swat joy out of the air. Anxiety, it's your defense system, and if you put a lot of energy into your defense system, it's gonna shoot joy right out of the sky. If anxiety has you constantly scanning for what could go wrong next, that is you anticipating a lot of wrongness, and that is you on a state of high alert, high stress. It's the opposite of joy. I feel like it would be hard to feel anxiety and joy at the same time. Maybe that's just me. You can feel excitement and joy at the same time, right? That makes sense. Anxiety is the same energy as excitement. It's just about how you feel about it. Like, if you're ever afraid of looking stupid for dancing, like at a party or at a wedding or at the club or whatever, like, just remember that nobody looks stupider in that situation than somebody who is at a place where people are dancing and they are choosing to just stand there. What's stupider than that? You're at the dance place. Why aren't you dancing? Alrighty. Keep it moving. Maybe you downplay positive events. Maybe you do have positive events, but you're like, nah, that actually wasn't that good. Wasn't that big of a deal. Oh, it was nothing. It was alright. Or maybe you are uncomfortable with calm and silence. Maybe you're used to chaos. Maybe you're used to stress. If you're not used to calm and silence, they might feel unfamiliar. They might feel suspicious even. So anyway, these are all just some examples of some ways that we block joy out of our lives. By distraction, by focusing on what could go wrong, by being suspicious, by feeling guilty, by overthinking. It's very easy to think your way out of happiness, isn't it? Just think about it for a moment. Think about just how easy it is to think yourself out of happiness. You can probably remember moments in your life where you've done it to yourself. I should feel happy right now, but... All right. Are we ready to move on from this one? Do we feel sufficiently targeted by this slide? I feel like I'm onto something here. We're practicing positive psychology. We're studying positive emotions. And I'm trying to teach you how to be happier. It's an important goal for me, all right? So it would really make my day if you were to like learn how to be happier as a part of this presentation. You know? That one's for the people pleasers. You know, maybe you won't do it for you, but you'll do it for me. All right, let's carry on, my wayward son. Let's talk about the myth of deservedness. Let's carry on with the myth of deservedness. A lot of us identify with this feeling that joy is something that you have to earn. I only get it as the result of effort or suffering or struggle or work, sacrifice. That is the only way to obtain joy, by earning it. But it isn't. It's a natural part of being human. This is one of the things that capitalism has done to us, by the way. I think capitalism really messed us up in this regard. Well, if you want to feel happy, you're going to have to earn it, or you're going to have to pay up. You can't have people being happy for free. How do we make money off of that? Hippie moment. Admittedly true, but was I wrong? Hippie moment. Fair. Fair. You got me on that one. But I'm not wrong, though. Agree, we can be happy for free. It's true. But they don't want you to be. They'd rather have you pay for it. They'd rather have you pay for it. The thing about capitalism is they want you to pay for anything they can charge you for. Hell, they won't even let you own it anymore. You just rent it. You bought that video game on the store, on the web store? That's not your video game. Joy is a natural part of being human. But what we often do is we tie joy to things like productivity, morality, suffering. We make it conditional, but it doesn't need to be conditional. Believing that we must suffer first to earn joy keeps us in cycles of deprivation. Even Jerry Seinfeld, who's super rich, complained in an interview recently that people are too focused on money and that's the be-all and end-all now. Well, yeah, because he's a rich asshole that hangs out with a bunch of rich assholes all day. He's never had to worry about, not being able to afford a medical bill or, having to take care of a disabled child or, any other number of things that a multitude, like millions and millions of Americans are actively suffering because of. Things that, because of the system we live in, they need money to be able to achieve their goals. It's very easy to say, don't worry about money. Money's not going to make you happy when you have more money than you'll ever need. By allowing yourself to feel your joy, it means that you're honoring your humanity. Being joyful, experiencing joy is a part of being human. Feeling joy is a part of the human experience. Don't deprive yourself of it. Allow yourself to feel it. We don't ask whether a child deserves to laugh. We understand that joy is natural and necessary. Adult joy is no less important and no less deserved. You don't have to prove your pain to justify your happiness. Focus too much on money and I think it makes me sad. The happiest people that I've met in my life are the people who are happy with very little. They're just happy to be here. They're happy to have what they have. They're happy to have the people in their life that they have. And so to many people it may seem meager, but to them that's life. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy you a boat, and it can buy you a truck to pull it, and it can buy you a Yeti 110 iced down with some silver bullets. Those are the lyrics to a very corny country song that I like to listen to ironically because I'm just such a cool guy. Let's move it on, shall we? I'm gonna use a metaphor that involves puppies, so hopefully you like puppies. If you don't like puppies, think of something you do like then. I don't know what that would be if you don't like puppies. I know that song. It's pretty funny. Swap it with a kitten or a monkey. Alright, we're talking about joy and we're going to use a puppy as a metaphor. Joy is a lot like a small little playful puppy. It doesn't respond well to efforts to control it. If you try to manage it, explain it, contain it, it runs away. The best way to experience joy is to let it win. To surrender playfully to it. Just like when you're wrestling around with a little puppy, or you're playing tug of war with a little puppy. It's like, sure, you could, you're big and strong, like. But the fun comes from letting them have their fun. It comes from letting them win. It's the difference between stopping the analysis and letting ourselves be swept up in that moment. Surrender to that moment. The next time you feel yourself on the cusp of happiness, you feel yourself at joy's door, tell yourself you surrender to it. I surrender to my happiness. I'm gonna let it win. Just like you don't overthink a puppy licking your face, you just giggle and let it happen. Joy, much like play, is best felt when you stop trying to do it the right way. The more you relax into it, the more joy reveals itself. Love puppies. That's why we're using the puppy metaphor. Most people like to play with a little puppy. But when you play with a little puppy, you let him win, right? Like you're playing tug of war, you're like, oh, you're so strong. Like, oh, look at you. You know what I mean? Like you're wrestling around with him a little bit. It's like, you let him win. Or another example is like, I have a cousin who's like 5. And whenever I see him at like family gatherings and stuff, he likes to play fight, you know, he likes to pretend to do like karate and stuff. And so like we like to play karate, but I let him win, you know, it's like, obviously a 5-year-old is no match for me. I could take at least 2 5-year-olds. But for the sake of having more fun, you let him win. And I think an important realization to make in having more fun, in knowing more joy and happiness, is to be happy just to be there and to be playing the game, and not only allow yourself to be happy if you win the game. Bought a couple of kids ice cream cones at the town green today. They were so happy, it made me happy. Very nice. I would not let him win. Yeah, but that's not much fun. So joy is a lot like a little puppy or like a little kid, you know, just when you overthink it or when you try to explain it, you try to manage it or contain it, it flees, you know, you just have to let it exist in that moment. You just have to surrender to it, let it win. Isn't that a cute puppy though? He's got flowers in his mouth. Isn't that fun? Image courtesy of thehappypuppysite.com. One can only imagine what manner of depravity they get up to on thehappypuppysite.com. There's probably all sorts of pictures of happy puppies up there. All right, so you've made it this far in the presentation. You're probably wondering, but Papa, what do we do about this? Well, let's talk about it. When it comes to acclimating yourself to more joy, you know, you're letting the walls down. You know, we weren't expecting to knock the walls down in one day, right? Like, that wasn't gonna happen. You kind of have to chip away at those walls. You gotta dismantle them. You know, maybe you could recycle the bricks. Maybe you could turn the bricks into a road or a bridge. Who knows? It's done through small, repeated acts. You build it up. You get better at letting joy in. You open that joy window we were talking about. So here are some small things that you can do to practice letting more joy in. Smile when something feels good. If you find yourself in a situation and you say, you know what, I don't mind this, I like this is nice. Smile. Even if you're making yourself do it. Because the thing about your brain is that it can't tell the difference about where a smile came from. And so if you smile and then hold it for a few seconds, your brain just starts to assume that that's just what I'm doing. I must be happy. I must be smiling. Good for me. Do you feel good right now? If you feel good right now, give me a smile. Let's see it. I want to see you smile. Come on. Come on now. Let's see it. Da-da-da-da. Smile like you mean it. Smile as hard as you can and then go harder. Give me all you got. Give me all you got. Put it all in there. Yep. All right. Another way we can practice letting joy in, practice pausing. Pause and let yourself enjoy beauty, comfort, whatever it might be, without narrating it. Just let it be before you insist on putting it to words. The second you start to put it to words, the second you start to define it, it starts to lose its meaning. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that just so messed up of our brains to be like that sometimes? You know what? You know what I mean? The sooner you start to define it, the sooner it starts to lose its meaning. So the next time you find yourself in a moment that you enjoy, no matter what it is, maybe you're walking down the street, you see something cool. There's all sorts of cool stuff out there, especially when you know where to look. Especially if you like rocks and birds and plants and all that stuff, you know, because that stuff's all over the place. Allow yourself to enjoy it without defining it, without narrating it, without putting words to it. It's one of the things our brains like to do, is when we feel an emotion, we like to put it to words and define it and figure out what it is and what it means and what's happening. But sometimes with joy, that can be a little bit overwhelming, and it can kind of make it harder to really appreciate the nuance and the depth and the complexity that that emotion can really bring. Some of those things are just beyond words. Words fall short. Try to find something in every day that's worth celebrating. Even if it's something small. If you had a rough day, it's about learning to find that silver lining. all of these acts, what they are doing is rewiring your brain. You are teaching your brain to let joy in. And that is done by many small intentional acts. Doesn't sound too hard, right? That sounds doable. Keep a list or journal about gratitude. Things that bring you joy, things that bring you peace, things that make you feel a sense of delight. It's all your favorite things. Write it down. Make a list. This is you studying your joy. This is you studying your happiness, understanding it more. We want to practice mindfulness and presence. We want to be right here, right now, because that's where joy lives. Joy lives in the moment that you experience it. I was just taking a moment to let joy in. Joy lives in the now. Invite her in. You can also use mantras, affirmations, whichever you prefer. Try saying this out loud. In a moment when you're having fun or you're enjoying something or you feel like this is something I should like, this is something I should enjoy, this feels good. I'm allowed to enjoy this. Every repetition, it's like stitching a new thread. You keep stitching, more threads, you start to build, start to grow, form those new pathways. Try to find time where you can just let yourself lose yourself in the moment, or just really allow your joy to just exist without question. Whether it be dancing to music, savoring food as you eat it, just taking time to mindfully ingest your food, instead of just, just double fisting glizzies, take time to actually taste and savor. Or taking a compliment without brushing it off. Next time somebody says something nice about you, say thank you. And then take it and put it on your, just wear it like a little badge. It felt good, didn't it? That's okay. You're allowed to feel good. I just realized I'm smiling and I don't know for how long it's been going on. Uh-oh, it's working. Nobody panic, it's working. Uh-oh. What do we do now? Uh-oh, guys, it's working. These are just a few examples of these small intentional acts that you can do to let joy back in. You know, find ones that work for you. This isn't meant to be a complete exhaustive list. This is just a sampling. So find ones that are meaningful to you, find ones that resonate with you, and make a meaningful effort to work them in every single day. You know, think about how much time we schedule around our suffering. Schedule some time around your joy, too. I'm mindfully eating a pizza right now, and it's bringing me joy. I kind of want to get Taco Bell later. Casey's out of town. She's with her sisters and her mom and Sean. They're all in Branson. They're having a good time. I talked to her this morning. It's just gonna be me. Maybe I might get Taco Bell. I'll be sure to savor it while I eat it. Vegas of the Ozarks, baby. It's true. That's what Branson is. What's funny is, like, when you start to visit more of these, like, Midwestern states, you realize that pretty much all of them have their equivalent. Like, the town that's just catered around, like, tourism and entertainment. So there's, like, magicians and bands and, you know, just all that type of stuff. Branson's pretty cool, though. As far as those, like, small town entertainment areas, it's pretty fun. Finally got garam masala, so I'm gonna make authentic butter chicken tonight. If you're gonna make authentic butter chicken, you should have started making it this morning. I'm just I'm just messing with you. I like to just slow cook mine all day. I like to start mine in the morning in the slow cooker and just do that all day. Toad Cakekeeper Joy. I'm just joshing around. I think the thing about, like, the thing about making Indian food is you can make it quick. Like, you can do it quickly. It's just, if you really want those flavors to develop, it's like you do have to, like, slow cook it. It'll still taste good if you do it quick. Like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I've got some questions for you. This is the part where I ask you questions. Some questions for reflection. Can you think of a time, or maybe a recent time, when you felt joy and then pushed it away? Maybe you were eating Taco Bell and then you pulled your phone out and you went on Twitter. Ooh, that'll do it to you. Ah, yes, Twitter, the app where people go to be happy and share their joy with one another, right? Right? The happy app, right? Every time I use money, oh yeah. It's like, oh, this is fun, this is nice, this tastes good. Damn, but it cost money though? Hurts. They had to spend whether or not you can think of a direct time when you've done this, it's important to recognize when you are doing it. So just try to pay closer attention to when you're feeling joy and just be mindful of how you respond to those feelings of joy. Do you respond to feelings of joy by trying to prove them wrong, or, trying to come up with alternative explanations? Or do we overanalyze? Do we overthink? We fire up Twitter? Spending money is painful. I'm sure the Germans have a word for it. Gelden something. I have another question for you. Do you have some internal rules about when you're allowed to be happy? It's like, well, I can't be happy between the hours of 9 and 5 because that's when I'm at work. And I get home at around 6, and then I have to figure out dinner, and then I have to, take care of some stuff around the house, and then around like 7, 8 o'clock is when I can start to, unwind and start to hang out and, watch my shows. And so I'm allowed to be happy between the hours of 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. The thing about it is that examples might not come up right away, because the reason why we resist joy is because, anxiety is trying to assess for danger, and it's trying to protect us, and it doesn't want us to feel vulnerable. And so sometimes it's hard to recognize these types of things because they're so ingrained within us. If we have rules within us, like our own internal rules that are about our own happiness, we might have been dealing with these for decades. And so these rules that we've set for ourselves might feel like they're laws of the universe. It can be difficult to identify some of these rules because our brain is resistant to even thinking about them. But if you want to be happier, you gotta dig deep. You gotta take a look at your source code. Some changes might need to be made to stuff that was taught to us at a pretty early part of our life. Follow-up question: how would it feel to let go of those rules for just a moment? To just open that window and let joy in? How would it feel? Just a moment, not forever. They'll be there, they'll be waiting for you, but just allowing yourself a moment is how you get started. It gives you something to build off of. A lot of the internal rules that we live with, that we carry in order to try to feel safe, often end up making us miserable. So how do you think it would feel to just let go of those rules for just a moment? Probably feels pretty good. I don't know about you. It feels like a nice, refreshing breeze in a stifling, stuffy room. It feels like the unshouldering of a burden. Have you ever carried a bag or worn a backpack for so long that you kind of forgot that you were wearing it, and then when you finally take it off, you feel lighter? You had just gotten used to the weight. Feels kind of like that. You feel lighter. We learn to let go of the rules, not because we don't need rules, but because we want to filter out any rules that no longer serve us. We want to filter out any rules that we've outgrown. You know, your own internal law book. You know, maybe you've got some outdated material in there. You know, maybe you've got some decisions or things that were made out of fear when you were 5 years old, and maybe they're still, you know, something that we hold on to as an adult. Maybe some things we've outgrown. Maybe some things we've realized were limiting and self-defeating. If you want to experience more joy, all you have to do is learn how to let go. That includes learning how to let go of your pain, letting go of your expectations, letting go of your preconceived notions. Your mind is going to resist you a lot when you start to practice this, but it's worth the work. There's a lot of joy waiting for you on the other side. What sort of stories about happiness did you inherit growing up? And what I mean by that is, what were you taught about what happiness means when you were young? What should we do with happiness? How should it be shown? How should it be expressed? Should it be expressed quietly and politely in the privacy of your own home, or, you know, away from everybody else? We don't want to see that. Were you taught that public displays of happiness were shameful or inappropriate? You know, is it not okay to jump for joy? Is it not okay to go, woo? After I finished all my to-dos, but I always have to-dos, then all you gotta do is make that a to-do. Like, oh yes, do the laundry, wash the dishes, feed the dog, pause, reflect, let go of that which no longer serves me, make the bed. Just something to think about. It's something that's important to be mindful of, is that at a young age, we get taught how certain emotions should be expressed, whether or not it's okay to express or feel certain emotions. And maybe we were taught that happiness shouldn't be shown, it shouldn't be shared, it shouldn't be, we need to tone it down, be quiet, It's an exercise in recognizing what you have learned so that you can be aware of what it is that you need to unlearn. All right, in this one I have a task for you. I want you to identify one small moment of joy today and just allow it to fully register. I just want you to be there in it. I don't care if it only lasts half a second. I just want you to feel it. Even if it's just for a moment. Just let it in. Don't push it away. Don't fight it. Don't try to name it. Don't try to label it. Just let it exist. We've previously talked about a helpful mental technique, name it to tame it. You can gain control over emotions by putting names, by identifying and understanding that emotion. When we try to do that to joy, we need to be mindful, because joy can be very delicate. It's like handling a little butterfly. It's like handling a delicate little flower. We don't want to destroy it in examining it. We need to be careful with it. Final thoughts. Happiness isn't something that you achieve once and keep. It's something that you allow. It's something that you welcome. It's something that you can practice. You don't need to gatekeep your happiness. You are allowed to feel joy right now without explaining it, without earning it, without postponing it. You just have to allow it to happen. That's the task. Even if it feels scary or unearned, opening up to joy is a good sign that you're healing. It's a good sign you're moving in the right direction. So, give yourself permission to feel good, even if it's just for a moment. If it's just for a moment, that's something you can build off of. You're opening the window. If you want to feel joy more deeply, you have to surrender to it. You have to allow yourself to be vulnerable. And so the next time joy shows up, in your mental door, let it win. Don't chase it away. Don't fight it. Just let it win. Chat, this has been the presentation on how to stop gatekeeping your happiness. Any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? The floor is yours. Whoa! Walla Walla with the huge W. Walla Walla with the 20 gifted. Thank you, my friend. One thing to add, joy is best shared. It's true! You could go to the nicest restaurants, you could see the funnest shows and movies, and you could go to the most exciting theme parks. But if you don't have anybody to share it with, sharing in joy is what really takes it to the next level. But you know what? We'll get there. We'll get there. Sharing in joy. The more we open up to joy and the more we allow ourselves to feel it, the more we will have to share with the people that we care about. So if for some reason you have yourself convinced that you don't deserve to be happier, then don't do it for you. Do it for the people you care about. They want to see you happier. It would make them really happy if you were happier, so go on with it. Go ahead and get it done. Miss feeling joy. I do get it for short moments these days, which is an improvement. You're opening the window. You're opening the window. Try meditating on those feelings. You want to talk about this for a minute? I want to talk about this for my meditators. Where are my meditators at? If you meditate on the feeling of joy, this is what I have encountered. Whenever I meditate on the feeling of joy, what I found was that my mind would take me to places that would go against my joy. By thinking about joy, it took me to all of the things that I didn't want to think about. But that's exactly where I needed to be. Because if it took me to those places and I was able to work through those feelings, process those thoughts, joy just waited for me on the other side. Those were just speed bumps. What if there is no one to share in your joy with you? Then just go out and have so much fun that other people can't help themselves but want to be a part of it. Because that's part of how it works. If you go out and you have fun, there's going to be people out there who see that and they're going to just be so enamored by you. They're going to be like, wow, this person seems like a good time. I want to be friends with them. I want to hang out with them. And then before you know it, you're going to have too many friends. You're going to have too many people to choose from. In my experience, when you meditate on the feelings of joy, your mind will take you to all of the places that go against your joy. You'll be brought right to the doorstep of all of the resistance within you. But that's where you need to be. That's what you need to work through. So if you ever want to find what it is you need to work through within your mind, just meditate on feelings of joy and see what gets in the way. See what fences need to be knocked down, see what walls need to come down, find what debris needs to be cleared. What I found is that if I just kept doing it, I just kept meditating on that feeling of joy, eventually there was just no resistance left. I was just able to fully lose myself in it. And so I was just sitting there meditating, and there's just tears of joy running down my face. Peak experience. We already said the piece. I wanted to say it again. I wanted to say it again. Walla Walla, thank you again for the 20 gifted subs. He said, some personal reflection. There was a long period wherein I didn't allow myself happiness and joy because I would compare my current experiences to better previous experiences. Letting that go has made me a lot happier. That's good. That's good work. That's good work. Comparison really is the theft of joy. Even if it's us comparing ourselves to our past self. I try to commit myself to the belief that the best is yet to come. What I've learned is that I can practice happiness. I can get better at joy. I can learn love. I can let those walls down. I can be more vulnerable. It's like within each of us, there is this wall of pain that we just try desperately not to approach. We try to forget it. We try not to look at it. We try to avoid it. We don't want to go anywhere near it. We don't even think about how good it could be if we went through it, if we knocked it down. If you're wondering where joy is at in your life, it's right there waiting for you on the other side of that wall. You just got to be the juggernaut. Your comment during the meditation presentation about how the act of meditating makes meditating easier hits home. It becomes easier to find those feelings of joy. Something I've also noticed during meditation, in the beginning of practicing meditation, it felt like I was starting over every time. But now whenever I meditate, it feels like I'm picking up where I left off, if that makes sense. Because in the beginning, like, meditating can make you feel good, it can make you feel peaceful, it can give you mental clarity, it can give you inspiration or insight, whatever it is you're trying to go for. And in the beginning, it felt like, I had to work up to that, I had to get there, I had to, really focus and try to clear my mind, and it was a struggle. And what I realized is the more I practice, the further ahead I am whenever I start. I'm able to pick it up more quickly, and so it doesn't feel like starting over every time like it used to. it feels like I'm picking up where I left off. Joy is one of the most vulnerable feelings for me. As it is for many people. Vulnerability is necessary in joy. Well, I'm gonna pull it back up. Joy requires vulnerability. In order to feel it fully, we also have to risk losing it. The irony in all this is that the fear of losing joy ends up making us have way less joy than if we weren't afraid of losing it. Because we're afraid of losing joy, we cut ourselves off from joy, and so then we just end up going down a path where there's just less joy to be found. Hopefully we're recognizing the absurdity of our own predicament. I can't allow myself to be too happy, because it might suck if I were not to be that happy forever. So instead, I'm just gonna be like, kind of whatever all the time. Just kind of meh, you know? If your pain is an immovable object, the best thing to be is be an unstoppable force. Yep, that's why I tell my inner pain wall, I'm the juggernaut, bitch. And I just run right through it and I leave a me-shaped hole like in a cartoon. Anyway, this has been How to Quit Gatekeeping Happiness. I hope you've enjoyed this one. This one felt meaningful for me. You know, I wanted to share with you some things that I've learned on my own personal journey and just hopefully inspire you to open up to feeling more vulnerable and letting more joy into your life. You have all that you need already within you. Need to figure out what it is that you need to let go of. But that will be a topic for another day. It'll be related to this one. We're gonna do the art of letting go. The art of letting go. That'll be a fun one. And it ties to this because there's a big aspect of learning how to let things go because they interfere with your joy and happiness. You know, I can't be happy because my dad was a dick. I can't be happy because people made fun of me in school. I can't be happy because, you know, whatever. It's like, put up all these walls. We put all these definitions. I'm excited for the other one. We're going to talk about the ego, you know, and we're going to talk about the importance of detachment. Detachment is something really meaningful. It's a big theme in the book that we've been doing for the book club. Learning how to detach and let go of things. Highly useful skill. Well, you got to overcome a lot of your internal resistance because your anxious mind doesn't want to let go. It doesn't want to lose control. And so you have to start off by just doing it a little bit, just a moment, just a few seconds. Just so that you know that it's possible. Just so that you know what direction to start heading in. If you want a copy of these slides, exclamation slides in the Discord, or not in the Discord. I did post them in the Discord. They are there already. See. Exclamation slides in the chat if you want a copy there. I don't know what you do with them, but I let you have them. You know, you want to show them to your friends? You want to print them off and just leave them on the table in your office break room and hopefully your snotty coworker reads it? I don't know. You do what you want to do with it. It's a free country. I mean, kind of free country. Right, gang, we've got some questions in the box. I'm gonna crack it open and we're gonna take a look. SOS. SOS, please. Someone help me. Need help getting out of a funk. I'm moving Thursday out of this hellhole and should be excited, but I keep randomly crying. I'm bored as F. I'm getting super depressed. This is gonna sound silly, but my favorite neighbors moved and gave us permission to use their pool until they sold the house. They ended up selling it way faster, but I got 2 good weeks of pool time in. However, since we haven't been able to swim, I've been insanely depressed. You just want to be free. You just want to float. Can't blame you. A little bit of hydrotherapy. No, not hydrotherapy. I think that's when they put you in a bathtub, and yeah, that's weird. Aqua therapy? I don't know. Maybe? Pool therapy. Swim therapy? I don't know. Pick a name that works for you. Floating around in the water is therapeutic. Like I was literally just on a float trip a couple weeks ago. So I get it. I get it. We're about to move, and I'm not sure why my head is so down right now, given that we are finally leaving an abusive parent situation. Why am I being like this? Why was this pool keeping me sane, and why have I cried 3 times because I can't swim? Alright, I'm going to remind you of some truths, okay? Because we've talked about this before. I'm going to remind you. The closer you get to leaving, the more your anxiety is going to rise. Because there's a part of you that's like, well, what if something's going to happen? What if something's going to happen? Because you're still there. You're not out yet, right? And so all the way up until that moment where you pack the car and you hit the road, it's going to feel like anxiety it's that anticipatory anxiety. You're building up to the big event. And it's going to pop up in any number of ways. Some might seem completely random, but this doesn't mean you're crazy. This is to be expected. Anticipatory anxiety can manifest in any number of different ways. You're like, oh no, the grocery store stopped selling that thing that I liked, and now I never know if I'm going to find it again, and I'm just having an existential meltdown because of it. Random stuff. Whenever you have a big event coming up, especially one that you've been working towards for months or years, Your anxiety will go up on a rise all the way up until that moment. That's the way it works. The closer you get to the event, the higher the anxiety goes. But you can't channel all of that anxiety into the thing, because that's just the way anxiety works. It's like you can't cram all of your anxiety into one thing. You have to diversify. There's just not enough room to cram anxiety all into one realm of thought. It's gotta, spread out a little bit. So it's popping up in all sorts of interesting places. This doesn't have to be a bad thing, though. This is actually an opportunity for you to do some introspection and to look inwards, and, maybe it'll bring up some internal thoughts that, maybe it'll bring you some stuff that you could work through. This could be a healing moment for you. You've got all that energy. How do you want to use it? Also, have the new neighbors moved in already? Have they moved in already? Not yet? Well, then who's gonna know if you swim? They closed on the house today? When are they gonna move in? Just keep an ear out for when they pull up. Worst case scenario, the new owners find you swimming in the pool and you say, "Oh, my bad, the old owners said that I could swim until they sold the house, so I guess they sold the house. Hi, welcome. My name's Emily Schmerded. Nice to meet you." Would work on me. Like, worst case scenario, they're just like, "Get out of here. What are you doing? Go." It's like, but you're already moving out. You're already moving out. It's fine. Is this morally gray? Yes, but you're just gonna have to deal with it. I feel like child me is popping up. It's so confusing, given that I am a parent and my son should be the one crying. Instead, he just makes passive-aggressive remarks about how he wishes the stinky new neighbors didn't buy the house, and he keeps it moving. Also, it may or may not be that time of the month, but I do feel there is some slight unpacking to do with my reactions. There's just a little bit of swimming to do is all. So, you leave on Thursday? I don't know. I would stay swimming in that pool until I saw a moving truck pull up. Like, is that weird of me? Yes, but there's a pool in the neighborhood at the new spot. So you've got a pool. So worst case scenario, you just have to go a couple days without swimming. Maybe it is your inner child. Maybe it is because, the inner child likes to come out when it's summertime and you're swimming, and it's like, inner child loves that type of stuff. Inner child loves the pool. Unless you had like a bad experience with a pool or something, in which I'm sorry, I feel bad for you, but ERP? Anyway, Emily, I think, the closer you get to moving out, the more random stuff is going to pop up that you might channel some of that anxiety into. just focus on how good you're going to feel once you're finally out. Just focus on all the stuff you'll be able to do. Focus on that freedom. Focus on the, independence. Just whenever you find yourself dwelling in anxious places, just convert it into planning for future fun. What sort of fun stuff are we going to do? What are we going to make for dinner? What sort of things are we going to do in our new area? Maybe I should look and see what type of stuff there is around there. Places I want to check out when I am there. Great use of that anxious energy. Plan for future fun. What is happening to our brains when we get used to something like a smell or our surroundings? Why can we suddenly tune it out? Well, the reason why this happens is because our brains are wired for novelty. They're wired for new sensations, new experiences. Weirdly enough, that's why greedy people can never be satisfied. There's just no end to it. Because our brains can be kind of insatiable in that way. We get used to things because it's our brain's way of saving energy. Our brain loves to save energy. And if we don't have to analyze everything over and over and over again, it can just become part of the background. And so that's why we get used to stuff that's very familiar. Any sort of sensory information that we experience constantly, we get used to. You stop smelling smells. You start to, you stop recognizing, kind of like when you have a messy desk. If you're just used to having a messy desk, you stop seeing the mess. You tune it out. It's your brain's way of trying to make a shortcut, save energy. However, whenever something new happens, something that's never happened before, it's very attention grabbing, isn't it? And it's this aspect of our psyche that makes people want to be explorers and go on adventures and try new things and new food and have new experiences. And, it's this aspect of ourselves that, makes life really beautiful in many ways. And in other ways, it's part of what makes some people just be very self-serving. So, balance in all things. I'm that messy desk guy. It would make me really happy if you just cleared off your desk a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just maybe any old cans or bits of paper or, cups. It would really make me happy if you just tidied up a little bit. Maybe if you got some glass cleaner and cleaned off your monitors too, wouldn't that just be special? My monitors are dusty. That's a good idea. Cleaning off anything that's dusty would be a great idea, especially if it's anything that you're going to pack up and move with you. It's no fun to arrive at a new place and unpack your stuff, and you're unpacking stuff that's dusty and dirty. You're oh, my brand new place is now dusty and dirty. I don't think I've cleaned my monitor once since I bought it 9 years ago. It's gonna be like seeing the world again for the first time. It's gonna be like watching a video in HD after watching things. And like, remember how we used to watch videos and they were like very low resolution and we were just like okay with that? But now when you go back and you watch a video and it's like 240p, you're like, how did anybody ever watch this? That's how it is with your monitors. You know, you gotta clean them off. I just cleaned mine off the other day. That's why I'm bringing it up. Like, it had been a while. Anyway, questioner, I hope we fully answered your question. It has a lot to do with, you know, our brain's pattern formation. You know, if something is routine and predictable and expected to be there, we kind of just stop noticing it because our brains are just kind of seeking out the novel and the new. And it's also an effort on our brain's part to try to conserve energy. Conservation of energy is a really big deal in the biology world, and your brain is no different. You know, it doesn't like to expend excess energy if it doesn't have to, because that's risky for a biological organism. Spend too much energy, that could mean consequences. That reduces my chances of survival. I can't do that. I must conserve energy. How do you know the difference between endorphins and joy? Well, endorphins are a part of joy, I would say, but the thing about joy is that you can see many different types of neurotransmitters at play. Endorphins are just one type of neurotransmitter. It's one of the neurochemicals, one of the hormones that exist in your body that it's the one that kind of makes you feel like calm and peaceful. You know, your body will produce endorphins as a result of exercise. It will produce them in response to pain as a way to, you know, make you feel more peaceful. And so you may see endorphins present during a joyful moment. But when it comes to joy, there can be a lot more that gets involved in that outside of just endorphins. Endorphins, that's just one neurotransmitter. But you're always running on a mix. So you might have some oxytocin. That's the commonly referred to as the love hormone. It's the one that makes you feel closeness and connection and love. You might get some dopamine. That's the pleasure chemical. It's the one that makes you want to do things more. It's the one that, you know, can reinforce your behaviors. You might get some serotonin. You might get some GABA. You know, you're going to get all sorts of neurotransmitters during a joyful moment. How do we know if we're just feeling endorphins or if we're just feeling joy? Well, could be both. Could be both. You know, I'm trying to read into this question and I think it's trying to ask, you know, how do I know the difference between if I'm just feeling endorphins or if I'm actually feeling joy? What I would say is, doesn't matter. If it feels good, allow it to feel good. The more you try to define it and the more you try to question it and, you know, the more you're actually limiting it. So if it feels good, it feels good. You know, it's the same thing as, you know, you find yourself happy and you're like, now am I actually happy? It's like, as soon as you start asking yourself that question, you know, the more you might end up taking away from your happiness. The only time you should ask yourself, am I actually happy, is to make yourself happier, not to talk yourself out of your happiness. Is joy always made of endorphins? Again, it depends. You know, your brain is releasing so many chemicals at any given moment that, you know, At any given point in time, you have, like, I want to say, because the thing about neurotransmitters is that they're very small. Some of them are very quickly broken down, and so it's hard to prove that they even exist. Because in order to prove that they existed, you would have to, like, get inside someone's brain while they're alive and be able to, like... Anyway... We're not entirely sure just how many neurotransmitters there are, but we know of many of them. We know that there's like over 30 different types of neurotransmitters. And so you're going to get different mixes, you're going to get different blends, and it's not so much about whether or not one of them is showing up, it's more about how much of that one is there. Does that make sense? Because we're talking about your big, beautiful brain here. That thing's got billions of brain cells, and that thing's working pretty quickly, and there's a lot of chemicals shuffling around that thing at any given point in time. And so it's hard to say what exactly is there right now. And there are different ways that we can try to take a look. There are different ways that we can try to make an educated guess on what type of neurotransmitters are present at any given moment. But it's not an exact science because it's just too complicated. The brain is incredibly complicated, and it's very difficult to measure it with that level of accuracy down to that level of detail. You can get similar physical reactions from joy or intense emotions, it seems. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, think about weeping for a moment. When do we weep? We weep when we are feeling a very intense emotion, an overwhelming emotion. And oftentimes we associate it with feelings of sorrow. But we can also weep for joy, can we not? If you've never wept for joy, I would encourage you to practice. I would encourage you to try to learn how to do it. It's a peak experience. It was something my grandma did all the time, and I used to think it was funny. You know? Like, oh, there she goes again. I used to think it was funny, but now as an adult, I look back on it and I'm like, damn, what a skill. You know what I mean? So yeah, the thing about joy is that it can be a very intense emotion, and that's part of the reason why we resist it. We don't want to feel overwhelmed, even if it's a good feeling of overwhelm. I'm trying to think of a good movie to watch that will make me cry tears of joy. It's a good place to start. It's a good place to start. But what you might find is that you have to focus intently on that feeling and try to dig deeper and deeper into that feeling. You gotta dig deeper and deeper into that feeling. Muted or just me? No, I'm not muted. Just my microphone sometimes bugs out. It's a tragedy. I thought weeping was from intense sadness only. Nope. Some laugh, some weep, some dance for joy. The thing about weeping is that it doesn't have to be just associated with sorrow and despair, which can be overwhelming, but that's why we weep. It has less to do with the emotion itself, and it has more to do with being overwhelmed by it. When you feel overwhelmed by joy, it'll create the same response. Isn't that fascinating? On the complete opposite ends of the emotional spectrum, sorrow and joy, weeping exists. Isn't that just fascinating? Hello. I'm looking to help a friend who told me she feels extremely overwhelmed with life in general and feels a lot of anxiety. She didn't specify because of what, but I feel like we're going to talk about it again and I want to be able to help. What do I say to help? It'll be less about what you say and it'll be more to do with just being available and being present. Just letting them know that you're there for them. Letting them know that you're there to listen and to understand and to show compassion. You know, and if somebody's dealing with anxiety, what we want to try to do is be as calm as possible. We want to be calm, predictable. We don't want to make any sudden movements. If I'm going to get up and go get a snack out of the fridge, I'm not just going to jump up out of my chair. I'm going to say, hey, I'm kind of feeling snacky. I'm going to go to the fridge. Would you like anything? I'm all about getting people to practice breath work because breath work is one of the best ways that I've found to reduce anxiety in the moment. And so that's what I like to do. I was like, hey, you want to try something? Just breathe with me for a moment, all right? I'm going to count. So I'll count to 4, and I want you to inhale. And then I'll count to 4 again, and I want you to hold on to that breath. And then I'll count 4 again, and you'll slowly let it out. I cannot understate just how helpful breath work can be in regulating anxiety. It helps to regulate your nervous system, and when you're feeling really anxious, it throws your nervous system out of whack. So regulating your nervous system can really put you in a much better position to manage those anxious feelings. In general, if you're dealing with a friend who has anxiety, just try to be comfortable. Just try to be peaceful. Just let them know that you're there for them. Ask them what they'd like to do. Do you want to go for a walk? Would you like to watch a movie? Would you like a snack? It's starting to sound like babysitting. I think also just providing like gentle reassurance is also important. Like, hey, you're doing good. You're doing great. I found that different things work for different people, so, you know, you can try a few different things and see what works. You sometimes have to just get a read on the person and kind of take an educated guess on what will work for them or what they would respond to. In some cases, I've had people like squeeze my hand. I'm like, I can see, it seems like you're feeling a little anxious. Just here, just take my hand. All right, just give it a big squeeze. Just put all that anxiety into me. Just put it all into my hand. I'll take it. I'll share it with you. They give you a big squeeze. You know, just let them know that whatever they need, you'll help them. You know, they might just need a good vent session. You know, if they're feeling a little bit overwhelmed with life, maybe they just need somebody to bounce all that off of. What is this banner ad from the CDC? LOL. It's okay to not be okay targeting. I'm getting a banner ad from the Center for Disease Control. If a government agency is advertising on my channel, I should be getting paid way more. Like, what the fuck? I don't want to be out here representing the federal government unless they're paying me, brother. I'm no Fed. I don't think I'd pass the background check. Surely wouldn't pass the drug test. The last thing I need is people thinking I'm a federal agent. That'd be terrible for me. I can't tell you how many people have thought that I was like a cop or something, just because the way I carry myself, I guess. Like my dad was, like he was a cop, so some stuff rubbed off, I guess, but it's been a burden in my life. People thinking I'm a cop. No fun. Last thing I need is people thinking I'm a Fed. And if I were, I better be getting paid way more. Eyebrows? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Let's see who's streaming. Well, as we wrap up here, I just want to ask, what do you got going on today? Anything fun on a Tuesday? Me, I'm gonna go get some food after this. Go get some Taco Bell or something. Alrighty, everybody. I hope you all have a great night. Thank you all for being here. I had lots of fun. It's hot outside. Oh, I know. I'm sorry you don't have Del Taco in Missouri. Me too. Me too. If I had Del Taco, I'd be 15 pounds heavier. It's true. R.I.P. Ozzy. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Most disrespectful rendition of Taps to date. Did you learn anything today? That was my whole goal. I hope you learned something. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Your happiness will thank you. I want to thank you all for being here. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. I'll be back tomorrow. Will this be on YouTube? Should be. Should be. You know what? Let me look. Should be. Yep. Take a look. Right here. We got 2 people watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Stream unavailable. What happened to this one? What does that say? Stream suspended for policy reasons? What? What did I do on my chill day? What happened on my chill day that was so, What did I do on my chill day that was so controversial? Anyway, yep, we'll have the video uploaded on YouTube here. You just gotta go, we got the YouTube channel, you can type !YouTube. And then if you go to the live category, that's got all the VODs. Look at all this content. There was a period of time where I wore a hat. There's also a period of time where I had my head shaved. That's part of the reason why I wore the hat. Oh my god, clean shaven? Jump scare. Jump scare. Clean shave. I set up some organizing stuff today. Monitor stand with a drawer under it. Drawer organizer bins. And I set up my new full body mirror that replaced my old one, which was all sad and warped and not tall enough. Progress. We love it. We love to see it. We love to see it. We need to go through here and see which ones are the most popular. Resilience training? That's my most viewed. That's some random one. Alrighty, everybody, that's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna go get some food. You go get some food too, unless you already ate, in which case, are you still hungry? All right, everybody, I'll see you around. Don't forget to come check out the Discord. We just started a book club. It's not a long book. It's not too late to get in there. I'll have a great night. I'll see y'all later. I'll be back tomorrow. Alrighty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. On chapter 5. We need you in the discussion. I need to know what you think. Alright, everybody. Bye-bye. 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 What should I get from Taco Bell? Should I get the big box? Big box. Honestly, the $7 box looks better than the $9 box. What's that all about? Guess we're saving money. All right, everybody, bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Bye.